Let's make a race car. This is a 2004 Chevy Cavalier that is going to be the basis of our Hornet. It's front-wheel drive with an automatic, and it has a 2.2-liter Ecotec engine. The original 140 horsepower are long gone in 2022, with quite a few of the ponies escaping out the tailpipe. And being driven in the Midwest also means it's had some natural weight reduction, or rust. After the initial inspection and prior to purchasing the car, we deemed it fairly safe, with the suspension, components, and cradle in good condition. This 2.2-liter engine is tired, and when I mean tired, it is sleepy. We're seeing two major issues with this engine. The first issue is blow-by. When we're wide open, we're getting some bogging because so much blow-by gas is getting back into the air box. The other issue, which is more concerning, is chain noise. And either with a 2.2 or 2.4 Ecotec engine, because they're interference engines, if that chain were to, break or drop or skip a tooth or whatever, you're gonna slap a valve on a piston and have a catastrophic failure of the engine.
This just pulls out. We want to remove the tail lamps, leave the wiring for now. We'll get inside and we'll start removing seats. Bear in mind, once you remove the seats, you'll have to sit on a bucket or on the floor to move it. And then once we get the interior tore out, we can either pull the glass out or we can get the dash out. And we'll loop the cooling system so that we don't have to have a heater core. Make a pile.
Extras! What's this? Oh, I'm not sure what that is. Trunk don't look too bad. It's like a whole new ecosystem in here. Drain hole. Like they had mulch. We could grow a garden in here. Yummy. You can do this whole process with hand tools, but certain tools are really handy. The portable ratchet that my brother's got here that runs off a little battery is super handy in removing fasteners. And the majority fastener that you find in a Chevy Cavalier or Sunfire from this, mid-2000s, we've discovered is just a 10mm fastener, and they're found anywhere. They hold in plastic bits to body panels. Pretty much the go-to fastener is a 10mm for Chevy. The other tool that I really recommend that you go out and purchase is some gloves. I'm kind of fumbling with them here, but gloves help keep your hands from getting torn up. And then there's also the trim tool. Trim removal tool like this is super handy. A lot of things are held in with little Christmas trees and fasteners, and just having a little trim tool like that to pry things off is extremely handy to have in your arsenal. The other thing is some side cut, for wire cutters. If you're cutting wires, just be really careful what you're cutting. Trace it to where it goes. Don't just cut any wire. There are some wires that are part of, like for instance, in the back of this car, there's an orange set of wires. It's in orange wrap. Do not cut those. right? That's a real obvious because it goes back to the fuel system. And just ripping wires out is not a good thing to do right off the bat.
All right, we got to take the seats out because we're not going to be using anything that you see in here. Anything that's black, plastic, carpet, fabric, headliner, all this stuff, that's got to all come out of there. If the car has an issue and it catches on fire, we don't want any fuel for it. So we take this out. We don't need it. It weighs the car down. The lighter we get it inside, the better we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the seat so we can climb around in here, because we got to take out a lot of stuff. It's big, and these seats are just going to be in the way. So here we go. We're going to start trying to remove them. They're probably not going to come out easy because they are fine threaded and they're rusty. So far so good on this one. Surprisingly, they're coming out easy. There's probably going to be a harness on it. Some vehicles will have heated seats. They'll have multiple harnesses. Like I said, whenever you're doing these cars, you don't want to have the key on. And if you're really unsure, disconnect the battery. That'd be the safest thing to do. But I'm pretty confident we're going to be okay doing this. Typically, I'd use air tools to do this, but I want to illustrate you don't need air tools to do this. It'd make it faster, but you don't have to. Okay. Typically, they're only held on by 4 nuts in this car. So now he's going to take his hand at it.
No clue what I'm doing.
But you're going to push down really hard with one hand. Make sure it's not stripping it. Make sure it's engaged all the way onto it.
It's not turning now. Other way.
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Use 2 hands to manipulate it. Get it squarely on there.
For this job.
Yeah, now push down with one hand on the head and then push with the other. Now you got to push it and make it move. Use your other hand to keep it engaged. Okay. Otherwise it'll strip if it's tight. There you go. All right, first seat coming out. Look at this. Woo! The seat is coming out.
Oh, this is gonna work out.
Ugh, I wasn't undecided.
Okay, we're gonna take out some trim now. Wow, oh! These come out just like the cop cars do. Okay, put that over in the pile there, young one. And don't fall. That first piece of plastic. There you go. All right, so there's that. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this out of there quite yet. Let's go for an A-post trim. Oh, hey, there you go.
God, those look giant spider web right there.
Oh yeah. And all these little clips are gonna come out.
We gotta put that eventually in the trailer. So.
You know what? I think this needs to come out too. What's in here?
Good stuff.
Hairpin. Oh, good. Your park brake works. That's a blessing. All right, back seat's coming out. There's a tether underneath here I'm trying to get to. It releases it. There we go. Back seat coming out.
Ever wondered what's underneath your cushion?
Yeah. Ugh. Okay. All right.
Want a French fry? Car French fries.
All right, you see this? This is more than likely fuel pump wiring. We don't want to mess with that.
Because it's orange.
Yeah, if you're working on a hybrid, which I hope you aren't, if you're doing this, stay away from orange. It's high voltage. We'll just gonna leave that there. Pretty fun. As soon as he gets that seat out of there, I want to get this seatbelt anchor out of here. Woo! And I'll need the gray toolbox. So let me go get the gray toolbox. Gimme.
So rusty.
Yeah, it's crusty. All right.
That one's coming out.
Okay, so I'm going to remove this. It's like a T50 Torx, looks like. Now you want these sockets to fit tight because they are usually in there. When I say in there, they're in there. This is part of the safety systems. So I'm gonna try to remove it. Oh, wow, this one's amazingly loose. I'd really depend upon that one. Sometimes I have to torch these out of here. All right, now that that's out of my way, there's another one over here. This has to come out of here. It's going to be in the way of everything we're doing. We don't need it because we're putting in a 5-point harness to the driver. Now some of you might be thinking, well, what about the passenger? Well, we don't do passengers on this style of car class. It's just driver only. And if I encounter wiring harnesses, I don't mess with them right yet. This is a big piece. Oh, need to get that out of there. Is that a Phillips? I can't see it. Yes. Now let's see if it'll come out of there. Oh, you flip down that seat, the little black tether Sean escape hatch pull here.
What's the other side look like in between it? Oh, that's some.
All this foam, you get rid of it. We don't want it. Any of the sound deadening stuff, this is sound deadening. We don't want that either. Any of the glues that are on it, we don't want that either. That can go bye-bye. Hey, more orange wiring. Then there's a weight right here I can see outside. We don't want that. I'm going to remove this little thingy here. It's unnecessary.
What is it?
It's a foam block attached to a metal tab. Your guess is as good as mine. We don't need it. All right, we're going to remove the rest of this seat belt. Looks like a 13. Thank you. Ow. Some of the bolts you'll encounter have a coating on it. It's called Loctite. It keeps them from backing out. This is a good example of Loctite. That will fight you all the way out. You can assist in getting it off of there by putting a little heat on it if you can. Just be careful that you don't light anything on fire, because there's a lot of stuff that can light on fire in here still yet. So this is what a seatbelt retractor looks like. Well, don't take these apart. There's a spring in here that could hurt you really bad. Don't whack it with a hammer because the spring will come flying out. Just a little safety tip there. And you're going to get to the point where you've got so much junk in the car, it's going to be hard to find your tools. So kind of make a pile of tools and a pile of junk to get rid of, like what I'm doing right now, because I don't want to lose any of my tools when I go to wad this carpet up. Because the goal is to get this carpet out of here too. And there might be surprises underneath the carpet we don't know about yet. Okay, we'll just leave that alone for now. Hey, I'm stuck.
Want me?
Oh, I got it. Oh, I see a toy. Oh, a cell phone charger. Chapstick.
Minty fresh.
Yeah. And a hoof to a plastic dog toy. There's a chance this might lift out of here. Oh, we got these things too. Looks like they're 18s. You can get into this with just hand tools. People, they're just first starting out. I mean, you got a lot of money wrapped up in probably buying your first car, if you're on a budget. All right, Sean, could you release the seats again for me? Thank you. All right. Okay, we got another seat coming out.
All right.
My lovely assistant here is going to take them out. Wow, look at all this
the winning
room.
number.
Yeah, hot sevens.
The scratch off. Hot 7. Is it loose? No? Try and spin it. There you go.
Nope.
Throw it. Just throw it away.
What is it?
I don't know. Just throw it away. Just throwing it a random thing. Oh, there it goes. Alright, do the other side.
There you go. Just get in there and pry it up. Get it deep inside of there. Use the other one if you need to in conjunction with it. There you go.
Wanna do it?
And work your way down if you need to. There's several clips all the way down, so you're trying to loosen them to get them up and out of the holes in that sheet metal. And don't be afraid to break it. You know, you can put them deep in there and then push up and towards the inside of the car. All right. There you go. I want to help you, but I want you to learn how to do this. Now, if you were trying to save this piece, you'd be a little more ginger about it, you know?
Yeah. But we're not.
Watch your face if you're pulling it up towards you. Yeah, there you go.
So this can go there.
Yeah, push in hard with your one hand towards the bolt head on the ratchet and push down with the other.
Okay, well I'm gonna need to
Yep,
move
do what
myself.
you gotta do, buddy. There you go.
Wrong.
You're good.
Welcome back to episode 2. We're going to continue to remove the interior of the car and glass.
In the carpet, pull it up a little bit so you don't cut into your wiring. Just pull at it as you draw the knife across. Cut away from yourself, not towards yourself. Like I said, we're going to try and wad this up so that we don't get the fasteners out of the ground.
As you can see here, my brother's cutting the interior carpet off of the front end there around the hump, the shifter knob, the emergency brake, all that just kind of comes off as one piece. Now my son here, he's trying to roll up his side, and sometimes you'll find things are still a little fastened or glued in there, but you still want to be careful because there is some wiring underneath this, and the airbag control module is actually on the passenger side, so as he pulls this up, there will be some wiring and the control for the airbags underneath it. Obviously, if the car still has its battery in and he's still connected, you don't necessarily want to bang on that or mess with it. So, disconnect your battery if you're not sure. But once he rolls it up, there'll be some wiring underneath there, and we'll disable that on the car, obviously, as well.
We got some rust through over here.
Oh yeah, there's a body plug.
We'll have to fix that. That's not a big deal. Okay, stop for a second. I need to point something out. See this control module here?
Yeah.
Okay, this is for your airbag control. We don't want to mess with that. What we want to do is disconnect it. It's got a safety latch on it. When you're doing this, I'm not doing it right. Alright, so now it's disabled. Take that off the floor and we're going to throw it out.
Oh, it's hooked into things, so.
If you're unsure, disconnect the battery before you take anything off.
Yeah.
I gotta get the battery. Be right back. That's the wiring lines. Yeah. Well, I thought it was that. So this is potted in epoxy. So I need the biggest hammer you got.
Oh. There's Wadenator 2000 available.
All right, let's go somewhere we're not going to get your dad's truck messed up. All right. Ooh. It's just a circuit board in there. That's all it's in there. Nothing magical. Oh, I just gotta pick up the pieces now. Alright. A-post trim, that needs to come out. Here you go. Power. Let's juice this up.
You want money?
Put it in your pocket.
Where are my pockets are?
Okay. I'll put it on top of the car.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So as you can see, we've got some floor damage here from rust. Will fix this, but see this black stuff here? This stuff catches on fire, so in order for me to weld around this, I'm gonna have to remove some of it. So I'll probably tie in over here the edges and this here. But these will ultimately get cut off for us to put in part of our cage and our seat support for the race seat. Now there is some dampening material here. This needs to come out as well. It might be attached to the firewall up higher, so I'll have to wait till I get the dash out. So we're really close here on getting to the dash, and at this point in time, we might want to get the car in a position where we know we can get it back into the garage. Now, it's going to be okay as long as we don't put it in neutral, but at some point in time I got to drop this down and the whole dash has to come out. We'll have to start separating pieces and components from the dash. That includes the wiring harness so that we can keep the car drivable, because we got to get the car back in there. And if it's disabled, we won't be able to get it in there. Now we're going to work on getting the dash out of here. Now the way the dash is hooked in, there's usually something wrong up front here, the hole at the top, and there's stuff usually down at the bottom, and then some in the middle. The steering column usually is supported by either a bar that traverses through here, or it's attached directly to the dash itself. I can't remember on mine, it's been a few years. There is some more ornamental trim on the outside we could work on, and we could also work on the doors if we want to right now, as long as we leave the mechanicals on it so we can still open and close them. So there's an old trick you can use. It requires a shop rag, a cloth shop rag, not one of these paper towel ones. And what you do is if this was a material that would survive this, you kind of go like this, and it would catch the edge of that clip and walk it up. So this is a paper towel, and I don't think it'll work. They make a special tool to do it. I don't have that tool. Alright, that's not working. That worked. So now you can see that little clip. If the sock would catch the edge of that, it would have pulled that off of there. And then the handle will just slide right off. This clip fits into a groove on the window crank. So there's 3 on the bottom, 2 in this little cup here. There's 1 on the side, right here. None on that side. Looks like 10's on there for the window lift plate. So we're going to remove the window glass. Get the speaker out of here. Assembled in Mexico. Mexico. This is the window lift plate. that out. The rest of this has to be drilled out. These rivets in order to get the window mechanism out of here. That's the equalizer bar. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rivets. Just may have injured himself. These are window run channels. Just pull out of there. Alright, let me get a drill. We'll get that mechanical out of there.
We're sorting coins. This is definitely different than I remember on the Sunfire.
Keep going.
Whatever they have to do.
Still worked.
What's that?
Keep it in case it's part of the theft. I don't think it is. A little safety tab here. Come out of the way. Press that. Another safety. Then there's gonna be some more coupling. Probably on the other side. I don't have to save it. Just pulling on it.
Yeah, I get this one.
Cuts off across the steering column. made for speed of assembly, not disassembly. Channel locks. So I can take this tilt mechanism off. And I'm not sure about the airbag yet. Now the airbags won't go off unless you apply power to them. And since we removed the control module, we don't have to worry about that. That is on there. All right. Making sure I don't get you don't want to disturb this wiring here. This is all part of the key and ignition switch sense and part of the vehicle theft. It works together between the ignition key cylinder, the cluster, and the engine controller, and it looks for a series of events to occur in time with each other to enable the vehicle to start. If you mess up this, there's a possibility that it may not start. You mess up this, there's a possibility the cluster, if it was sitting here, there's a possibility it won't start. Now, if say something happens while you're running the car and the cluster goes dead, I believe it'll keep running. I don't think it'll kill it. I think it's just get it started. All those elements have to be in place. Now, if it doesn't have remote start, then it doesn't really matter. I think this does, or not remote start, vehicle theft, and none of that would mean anything.
What is vehicle theft?
Vehicle theft is where it kills and zeroes out either ignition, like your spark plugs, or it zeroes out injector pulse width. And if you zero out the injector pulse width, then it won't start because there's no fuel getting to the engine. Steering wheel airbag on, and the process of removing them. Thank goodness somebody figured it out and put it on YouTube. That was one of them that I removed earlier.
Yeah.
One disconnected battery later.
Moved over. There we go, we got the airbag out. We want this piece of plastic off of here. We will remove the horns on this. I don't think we need them.
We've got my way.
Somebody else I know left their horn on their car. Somebody will remain anonymous. Won't mention this at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gunfire?
No.
Oh,
Somebody else. Yeah, if you had any intention of stopping now and going back, good luck. We're at the point of no return.
Change your mind.
Oh my goodness. Save these. You guys at home are probably like, well, it's right there in front of you. Get back in the car. Oh no, it's stuck on here. So how do you get that out of there?
Got it.
Yeah, it's alright. Well, what we'll probably just do is cut this off.
I'll probably cut the other side first a little bit. Or do it that way.
Just kind of size it up where I want to cut. Alright, this is going to make a lot of noise. Get spark. Need my big pry bar, which is right here. Door open.
One hour later.
Looping the inlet and outlet of the heater core, and I'm trying to get the heater core and heater box assembly out. Just in the process here, removing the last coolant line here. I'm using these really nice remote pliers because they're in a place where you really can't get to them. It's made by Craftsman. You can find them on Amazon and other places like that. And it allows you to open up a spring clamp in a really bad place where you can't get pliers or channel locks on it. Makes your life a whole lot easier. And then you can release it. It's a nice tool for big and small. And what happens is you put this clamp on here like so, in that area there. Then you squeeze this. And it brings those little legs together. And it opens the clamp. And it holds it. There's a lock that holds it for you. And then when you're done, you put a little tension on your handle, release the lock, and then it releases the clamp. It's almost a must-have anymore with working on newer vehicles, or even older ones, but they put things in bad places where you can't get to it. Like this is clear back here along the firewall, and I don't think I would be able to get to it easily. Then they got these pliers. They're good for, you know exactly what I'm doing here. They're made by Matco, HG024B. They're good for grabbing a hold of hoses that are stuck on there. They glue themselves down somehow, and you can grab them, twist them little by little to loosen it up, and you can just pull them off. Pretty neat.
That's right.
Alright, so that we're going to hang on to just for the time being. Now I use this one here that's got the heat shield on it to loop it around because it is kind of close to the exhaust manifold. And I just put it back on there. As long as I didn't puncture the hose, I should be able to put it back on the other side and then put my hose clamp. Now I'm not going to use these spring clamps. This is just so we can run the car. Later we're going to come back, remove the spring clamps, and put on worm drive clamp. One of the benefits of a spring clamp is that it tightens up over time as the hose deteriorates. Spring clamps are kind of nice if you need to remove it quickly. You just got a pair of pliers. But I would much rather have a worm drive clamp so I can remove it with a screwdriver later on. This vehicle is not going to be on the road, only on the track. So we do a pre-race day check over anyways. I need to locate that down just a little bit more. I didn't get it quite down all the way. Bolt down here I didn't see because the hoses were obstructing my view. That holds this heater case in. They're 10 millimeter. I just dropped the bolt. I just hope it fell into the cradle and out on the ground. I don't see it. Okay. Remove the receiver dryer. It was right here. There was a 10 millimeter here. And then there was another bolt behind it that goes through the firewall into the heater case. Then there's a couple more. There's one between the high side and low side of the liquid and vapor lines that go into the heater case for the evaporator. There's one there, and there's one between the heater core tubes as well. And so that would make a total of 4 things you got to remove, 3 different locations. So now, technically, this heater case should come out. We don't need the heater case. I've already disconnected all the electric connections off of it that I found as I was going through here. There might be something over here on the side hanging on to it. This should just come out of here. There is a hook right here at the top. It's a metal hook that goes into this firewall. And we just move it out of the car.
Yeah. Super easy.
Need some help? Alright, keeping this thing PG here.
What? Sam. Sam, stop.
Is that your reaction?
Yes, because I'm immature.
I'm going to be the adult here. I'm going to wipe my way over here.
Broken.
Alright, now that Sean has got those wipers off, he's going to remove this cowling too. He's going to remove this cowling too. going to remove cowling.
Hey,
There.
there we go.
Next, he's going to remove this wiper motor. So you're going to
Another 13.
10 millimeter.
Standard 10.
10 millimeter, quarter-inch drive.
Oh, I don't get the clicky clacker?
No,
I'm reduced to manual labor.
Well, I don't know if it'll fit in all the places you want to go. You can use it. Use the impact. Huh?
Clicky clackers for everywhere you want to go.
Here. Use the
No,
DeWalt.
it's just like
Yeah.
the credit card company. Everywhere you want to be.
There's only so long I'm going to hold on to this thing.
We don't use anything other than DeWalt around here. If it's not yellow and black, it's going back.
Not a sponsor.
I'm not a sponsor either, but I don't use DeWalt. I think you turn the washer more than DeWalt. There you go.
It's just really long.
Yeah, it's just
You're the one that's talking about PG there, mister.
Yeah.
test your bite.
I'm just impatient.
I can see.
Where did I put the last one?
You left it sitting there and I took it away.
Well, see, it worked out, didn't it?
Yep. You
No
don't want,
lights are good.
you don't want this stuff left on the track when we get up into somebody.
It sounded like I'm gonna wreck the car.
Well, nose to tail. You'll hear that a lot on your race seater. Nose to tail. Nose to tail. Well,
Sniffing your own butt? What?
Yeah.
no. Wrong one. It's the top one. That's just the positive connector.
Someone off.
I know it's at the top.
Oh.
Warning, this is kind of hazardous. And you do get glass, not yet. You do get glass everywhere. So whatever, you get it if you want. It's not my car. You give me $500, you can have it right now.
I need to catch it on fire first. Give me 300.
Yeah.
I hate to clean it all
You still owe me,
I wanna-
you still owe me for the car
up. It'd be
here.
nice if you just turn it upside down and up down.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to try and remove this. It's going to be a mess. It instantaneously be evident that it's not easy to remove. There's a sealer around the edge of this urethane. and
Yeah, don't
is
do
a
it like
very-
Sean's doing it.
It's a very tough sealant. Sean's just kind of scratching at it. These back ones, same way. They're held on place with the sealant. I
Yeah,
have
it's not
managed
bad,
to
right?
remove the back by myself with the Sawzall. It's not easy. It can't be done. We're going to attempt to remove this with a Sawzall. Part of it. Don't know if I'll be successful at it. May just have to break it out and then go back over and clean up the mess around the other edge. So, without further ado, hey Sean.
You broke it!
All right.
Oh, man. Just for me. Ooh, that is satisfying.
I'm recording now.
You can tell where the windshield is most susceptible to stone breakage. These edges. Oh my god, this is so satisfying. I can't believe how satisfying this is. There should be a... Whoa! driveway. So let's just kind of slow our roll a bit before the wife gets mad at us. Not to mention glass of dangerous kids. Or should we suck all this loose first?
Well, what I did in the past, I took an air hammer along the edge here,
Yeah.
and I've also used a cutoff wheel and went around the edge and took out the majority of it. You can't really grab a hold of this without getting shards in your hands.
Yeah.
So, where's your hammer? Start going around the edge. I'll get another one. Try and break that up.
A lot of redneck glitter you're making.
Counters enough.
No, I didn't.
It gets hot. This stuff's a lot more of a pain to get off of there. The windshield was leaking down here. This is coming out a lot better than mine did.
Right. Oh, that was a little bit of tension there.
Tempered glass. This was all done in a day.
episode 3, the roll cage install. If you like what you're watching, please consider liking and subscribing to this video series. The chosen cage for our Cavalier build is a mini stock cage. It just barely fits in a Cavalier. It also needs some modification. So in this video, we'll talk about the modifications we had to do to the mini stock cage to get it to fit into the Cavalier. It was a pretty close fit. I would recommend using one if you are considering building your own cage. If you're not confident in welding, then I suggest that you have somebody professionally build you a cage, because cage is probably the #1 safety device that you can install in a race car. Right here we're kind of dividing our labor. I was going to paint the car red, which I did for the season. That was kind of a mistake. So we're just dividing labor. I'm just roughing up what's left of the factory paint, get the clear coat off. My brother's currently cutting out the bolts for the seat, the factory seat, and they're just little threaded studs. He also cut out the gussets in the rocker panel area, was what I call it. It's a unibody car, so they have like these triangular gussets that run along the parallel along the side of the car, and he's just cutting those out. So we're doing that right now. He's working on his side. I think he hands the grinder over to me eventually, and I cut out my side. As we're working through this build, the one thing that you'll be aware of at all times is there's a lot of glue. So, Cavaliers are built with crimp welds, and lots of this glue is the only thing I can describe it as. And what we're doing is we're cutting away these gussets, smashing it down so it's flat, and essentially we're going to install some rectangular tubing. That'll be in another clip. We're just getting through the grinding off and prepping the interior of the car for the welding section. Currently my brother's doing some repair work here inside the car. I'm trying to run the welder. It's kind of a one-man job, unfortunately. So a little bit of standing around for me at this point. But he's repairing some things, put some plating in. We had a little weight reduction due to natural aging, i.e. rusted out. So he's doing some repairs here, trying to weld things back together, just so it's a little bit safer. Cutting down this rectangular tube steel to fit in the place where the rocker gussets were. You can see that they're cut out in the background. This is the basis or the platform for our mini stock cage, and it's a great way to stiffen the car up in a section that could be subject to damage due to side impact. So I highly recommend that you do this. We found that on the 93 car this helped quite a bit.
Alright, so the rocker has been reinforced with a piece of rectangular tubing, and that'll be our basis for our roll cage. And then the next step is to cut out the inside of this door panel so that we can run our door bars along the door skin. Alright, we've got the hoop in the back just kind of tacked in so we can measure these distances, because we're using a mini stock roll cage, one of the smallest roll cages we could find, but we're custom fitting it. Unfortunately, we made sure that we had the carpenter square a 90 when it is welded to the rocker bar that we put in. The problem that we ran into is that the Cavalier top is curved. It's not exactly a 90 degree. We did chop down this hoop to fit it underneath the top, into the car. But the problem that we're running into is trying to get things to be square. We know that the hoop is, or the halo, we know the halo is pretty close to a 90 degree, so we're not too far off. The question that we really are running into is the angle of this front bar, and we know that it needs to be cut from the bottom so that we can match up to the halo. So we're gonna just chop off just little by little, keep test fitting it. Once we know that that distance is correct, we also have the bottom bar that is part of the roll cage down there to kind of guide us a little bit as well. But yeah, this is a custom fit. We're kind of concerned about the angles here. It really looks like when we start cutting from the bottom that it's going to be bent in somehow. Yeah, you just got a little bit of distance there. I don't know, but it is going to bow out. I don't know.
Well, they've got the bottom squared off, so
That tells you that should be a 90 there.
yeah. And the other car it's at a 90. It doesn't like angle in or anything to make it fit. So every little bit we take off, it gets closer to meeting up here.
I would say that we're going to lose at least 3 inches.
So when you think about the cage, a mini stock cage, and you look at the geometry of it, it really is just a box. And the problem was that our box was too tall for the space that was being put into. And it ended up that, through the process of just cutting off a little bit at a time, that the angles for that fish mouth and the halo matched up pretty much, way it needed to in the end. So, if you're assembling one of these, just take your time, cut a little bit at a time, and it will work out.
What we're going to do now is we're going to cut 2 inches off the bottom of this front pipe, and we're going to just kind of test fit based on that. I'm pretty sure we're going to need more, but 2 inches seemed right there. Need power. 2 inches seemed appropriate as a starting point. Alright, so we've got the corner bar in on the driver's side, and the only way that we got to fit was to slowly chop 1/2 inch at a time. We knew we took about 6 inches off the passenger side, but we didn't know how many we're going to have to take off the driver's side, because it didn't seem to ever match up the door bar length, and this corner, the fish mouth, was an issue. So we squared this up with a carpenter square on the door sill frame as we were trying to pull it in. So basically, every time you took height off this bar, it started pulling it in towards the driver. And that allowed us to get these door bars within welding distance. So the problem that we face currently is once we get the door bars in, we still didn't get the front bar in on the cage, and we might end up having to modify that bar because I don't believe that this splay, this roll cage requires a splay, obviously, and I don't think we got the splay quite right on this because we're a couple inches off. So we'll have some fun customizing that one into place, but I think the door bars are going to go in just fine. We're going to stack them and weld them into place. We're just simply spot tacking everything. We'll go back in and do final welds and weld everything nicely as another step, because we couldn't figure out the exact fitment. We just chose to put spot welds in so that if we had to, we could just nick them out and you know, recut. So that's what we're doing now. We're doing a door bar stack, and we'll come back in a moment and show you the results of that. And then we're gonna have to deal with this front bar. I don't know if we'll get to it tonight. It's getting kind of late, but it's one of those projects where you just kind of have to slowly cut things. Don't go. You know, the first thing we realized was we just lop off big parts of the bar. You don't put bar back, you can only take bar off. So it's just like in carpentry. So we're gonna get the door safe, get it all stacked up, and then we'll worry about this front. We can always get more. I mean, it's just a straight bar, so we can always get more stock of that. Whereas these bent pieces were super custom. I don't know what we would do to get more pieces. I'm sure somebody would make it, but at a cost. So that's where we're at. We're gonna do some more tack welding, and then we'll see how things measure up at the end. So what we did here is we actually pulled apart the passenger corner again. And it's a good thing we did. Things fit a lot better now that we've kind of re-engineered where we were putting things. Alright, well there we have it. Wasn't sure if the camera could take welding arc flashes, so I didn't really film it too much like that, but anyways, we do have the roll cage initially tack welded in. We're going to go back through and weld it properly, but you can see we got the Z-bar in, and it looks really nice. I like where it's positioned, but we really had to loosely assemble this to get it in right. And that would be the biggest tip that I could give you when fitting one of these roll cages. We used the carpenter square a lot just to make sure that things were 90 degrees, because it really is a box essentially that you're putting together. And the other thing that we discovered while we were doing this was just taking little bits off at a time to modify this mini stock frame to fit in this Cavalier was the key to getting this to fit. Especially this corner, or even that corner, but especially this corner, the driver's side, we really struggled to get this in correctly. But just taking, after we hit the 8-inch mark, just taking little half-inch chunks off the bottom, lowered the bottom of this bar and got it into position. So when you're doing something like this and you're modifying something from another essentially setup, going slow, checking all the measurements over and over again. We didn't just cut it. We measured over and over again to make sure that we were getting these angles right, that this actually is splayed. Like you would not think that this halo and these front bars would be splayed. and just doing these little tack welds just to kind of hold it in place until we can go in and really weld it properly, I think really helps. So I don't know if you had anything, Brad, to contribute to that, but that's really what we did.
Yeah, we just took our time with it. And we didn't get frustrated. I mean, it's easy to get frustrated when you don't get things to match up right. But if you sit and you think about it and you try and work it out in your mind, you know, and test fit things over and over, it doesn't hurt to keep trying to fit it together without cutting anything, so you can kind of get a visual. Because some people are visual, some people like measuring. And I'm pretty visual, and that's what helped me out a lot, is having Sean hook up parts and pieces, and then we say, well, maybe just a ½ inch at a time, it'll start drawing it in, which it did. And the door bars started fitting right away as soon as we got down to about a ½ inch being away. And we really didn't have to fight it. And if you've got to fight it, then something's wrong. This kit has been made so many times on a jig, it's precision cut. And if you're off, it's because of something you did. And like Sean said, using a carpenter square helped out a lot, and tack welding it. Because what if you find out that something's just not right, and you've went ahead and welded something together? This does not come apart if you got to cut it up. It's not going to be the same. You've compromised it.
We didn't adjust any of the fish mouths.
No.
They are all in their place, and the reason why they're in their place is because we took the time to just kind of ease things in and make sure that it, you know, is proper. And just doing these little tack welds is really the key to that.
We thought we were going to have to modify the front bar, but after working with it and making adjustments, then we found out, yeah, it's correct. Don't mess with this stuff.
Yeah.
You cannot cut the halo. You cannot cut this halo. It is designed as a part of the safety system. You don't want to, like, if it's too wide and it don't fit, well, you're going to have to make adjustments elsewhere. But you never cut the halo. You never cut your door bars. You don't cut the main hoop. You can take height off of it.
That's all we did. All we did to this kit was take height off.
So
that's absolutely it.
Yeah, we didn't do any other adjustments to it other than just height.
So we cut the bottom of these bars off down here in the corners.
Yeah.
And that's all we did.
I think if I measured out right with this plate down, or this rectangular tubing here rather, I think we had like 41 inches roughly, and this kit is 47 inches tall. So
it's a very tall kit.
Yeah. So it was designed for a Mustang, like a 70s to 80s Mustang, like a Fox body. And it'll fit in here. You just gotta chop it down to size.
Well, again, it's a box, right? And you just slice the bottom of the box off.
You can't slice the top. You can only slice
the bottom. Yeah. And I mean, if you had even a narrow car, which I doubt you would ever run into, I mean, you could drop a bottom bar out of the door bar, right? If you really had to.
But we don't want to, because we want to protect the driver. Because what if somebody comes up into you low and some part of their bumper comes off? Well, you don't want to be impaled. There's still another piece that we'll highlight probably tomorrow after we get this welded together, and it's a plate. It's 1/4 inch thick steel plate that goes on the outboard side of this cage over there on those door bars. And that absolutely keeps anything from coming through.
What do I have here? The newest smoothie craze? No, it's an oil catch can. So in this episode, we're going to install an oil catch can. And the reason we're doing that is because I have a lot of blow-by in this old engine. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a place to locate this catch can. We're going to run a little rubber tube from the PVC port over to the catch can. And then we'll figure out what I want to do from there, but that's the idea.
Let's say that you have a car that has an engine that's worn out. And it's worn out because the rings are basically allowing exhaust gases back into the crankcase. Well, that's pretty typical of an old car. And what happens is the combustion gases get mixed in with oil vapor. And modern engines, that oil vapor is fed back into the breather. That's essentially what happens. Well, gasoline's a lot easier to burn than carbon. And what you'll find happening is an engine will carbon up. They'll get carbon on the valves, the pistons, whatever. And it's just a feedback loop of, sadness. And what a catch can will do is it'll help in the fact that if you have a decent catch can, that oil is separated. That vapor hits some baffles that are inside the can, and then that remaining gases that are in the crankcase, essentially exhaust, get recycled back into the engine, sans oil, or at least a lot less of the oil. And so the idea was when we installed this on the car 19 that the old engine wouldn't be putting so much oil back into itself.
I don't like the proximity to that exhaust. Another idea.
Oh, right there.
If it would fit. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, that's real close.
Jeez.
You can always edit that out.
Why not? Just leave it in there. Hey, figure it out a different way. We all make mistakes. It's all part of learning. Nobody's perfect. There's only one person that was ever perfect. And I'm not that person. So, I have to get him in there if it would fit.
Just barely.
Yeah, just barely.
I wonder if the hood's going to interfere at all. Probably not, because it's not sticking that bang higher than the ECU. Probably right in there.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be perfect. We're going to empty it out every single freaking race, so I'm not
Yeah,
really...
just drain down there, right?
Well, in a proper containment vessel of some sort.
Yeah. Ow.
We'll edit that. No, we won't. This is so funny. It's like, we'll edit that.
Yeah, we just need the red-green music in the background.
the Adventures with Bill.
Yeah. And he took the power driver or something like that, and then turned it into this here bracket. And it didn't want to bite, so he took the screw there, and just kind of lined it up, and then that's usually about the part where he gets hurt, going, ah! You have to drill a pilot hole for this.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. And when those things bite, they like tear in, don't they?
Yeah, there's no like, oh, slow down. It's like, I'm doing it. Okay. Ooh.
All right.
Yeah, that's on there now.
Should be a hose clamp.
Jose clamp.
Yeah. It's
And
too bad they didn't put a loop on that bracket. I feel a bit.
note to manufacturer of this part. In-field install is indicated. Too bad they didn't put a loop on that part.
Yeah. Because that now I wonder if that hose clamp will ever fall off, right? I mean, I guess you get it on tight enough, it's not going to. But there was a piece of rubber. Did you put that on it?
A piece of rubber.
Yeah, there's a piece of rubber in there.
I think that's a gasket for if you got to modify the
Oh, really?
location of the fittings later on.
Oh, it looked like it had sticky on it. That's why I kind of.
Yeah, it is. Got some kind of sticky on it. Probably makes it easier to install it. Or something they repurposed. We got a storm rolling in here, kiddies. We're trying to get this done here. What the heck? Non-standard hose clamp size?
Hey, it's the finest that China made us, okay?
It's a 7, not an 8. 8 millimeters been the standard for hose clamps forever and ever. At least these generic looking ones. No, this is not generic, this is special. Oh, of course I gotta take this off. Well, maybe not. What if this is a quick connect? It is. Sweet. Guess I did that right. Making this a little bit.
I don't think it's going anywhere.
There's step 1.
Let's see if the hood closes.
It should. But I could be wrong. I'll get everything out of the way here. This is just as insurance. In case it does come off of there, it doesn't go very far.
I don't think it will.
All right. Oof. Oh, look at that. Tire shine works.
You might want to give them a little, I don't know. Yeah,
That good?
yeah.
And then there's still enough to go from, yeah. Well, that was easy to cut and easy to drop. worked out really well. I just got to get this hose out here.
You're almost there.
Tire shine. Look at that.
Maybe cut it a little bit.
Now you said there was an interconnect?
Yeah.
Let's see what we have here. This little guy?
Yeah. I was
Okay.
thinking maybe that would do it, but they gave you hose clamps. So you might end up having to...
That fit in there pretty good. Now does it stay in there? Yes. Alright, so we'll cut him right there, and we'll put some hose clamps on it. And save that because you never know when you might need it. Yes, definitely use hose clamps here because they slide on and off way too easy.
Yeah, with the pressure it's going to be behind it.
Just let you guys chillax there, put you here. There. Here. Oh, I'm gonna need another one.
to try something new here with this video. I'm going to describe what's going on so you can understand if you're maybe a new driver or somebody's interested in racing, what it goes on the track. So this is going to be just me narrating in the background here. I'm not in position, so when I get out on the track and I enter into the track here in a second, I'm going to move up in position. Right now, everybody's doing the same thing. So we're on a yellow. Yellow just means, hey, go at a slow pace. You can see I'm going to pass a couple of cars here, and then I'm going to take my position. When you're in the car like this, I'm actually wearing a headphone system with a receiver. It's just a radio. And it's a one-way radio, so all we're hearing is the track manager telling us what to do sometimes, positioning us. You know, you're going to get a little bit of the shenanigans here where people are revving engines, kind of weaving back and forth a little bit. But the idea is to get us tightened up, get us nose to tail. So you're trying to get as close as you can to the person in front of you. Hopefully they don't stomp on the brakes and cause a little mini accident. You really don't want to be messing around at this point in the game. You're just trying to get yourself paced properly. And you can see the track conditions at this point, so you're trying to get a gauge of, you know, is this track slick? This track right now is slick. It is very hard packed and it is dry. So what'll happen is you're going to hear a lot of tire squealing. You're going to lose traction pretty easily. If you push it too much, you're going to, you know, spin out basically or hit a wall. So you can see we're still on a yellow. That light will go off, and that is our signal that the race is going to start. And you can see now that the light is off. We're going to start pacing ourselves a little bit tighter. I would call this a jump. You can see the gray car in front of me jumped, but didn't get called out on it. That's fine. This wasn't a very good night for me, and we'll see here in a second. I'm going to go up high, just because I want to get a little bit more speed. This car is worn out. Engine's worn out. Oh, that was a good one there. We went into a yellow. In the receiver, we're going to hear the track officials announcing, hey, yellow, 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 you know, what turn you're in, the yellow is, and we'll get repositioned again. Everybody's trying to get lined up again. You can see that we're restacking ourselves. I think this was a restart. This was a pretty rough night, honestly, on the track. Folks weren't really listening too well. I could hear the frustration, you know, in the receiver, and unfortunately that does happen. You know, folks don't want to necessarily behave. My goal when I'm out here is, yeah, I want to go fast, but I never want to hit anybody. I want a nice, clean race. That's always been my goal. I don't care if I get close to somebody. That's racing, right? But hitting people intentionally or getting up in their business, that's not what I'm there for. This is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be friendly competition, and I try to keep that as my main goal when I'm out there. We're going to tighten up here again. You can see the lights out. We're going to be racing here in a moment. The light will go green once we hit the... there's a specific tire we're aiming for. Pacing's going to pick up here, and racing's going to begin. So here we go again. I would consider the gray car a jump again if it was me on the receiver. But that's okay. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Let's see what's going on here. This race was a couple of weeks ago. We're back to a yellow. Probably got called out on the jump. We're back. Relining up again. Gonna be up next to this pushrod Cavalier. Nice kid. I didn't remember his name when I met him on the track. Good racer too. Pretty evenly matched with my car. Alright, we're gonna line up again. Probably the lights are gonna go out. We're gonna start this up again. As soon as we get to that turn, we'll be back to racing. We're gonna tighten it up. Now, at this point in the evening, my car is hot. Like, it is cooking. And it's not running very well. So we'll see later in this video what happens. And here we go again. Lights are out, and we're starting green. Again, getting back into the action. 15's pretty close to me at this point. Kind of stacked up. Go back into this turn. Now at this point I'm stuck on the inside. I don't want to be here. I actually want to be up high on the outside of the track because that's where it's faster. But that turn that we just went into, a lot of people have wrecked into that turn. It's a very sharp turn. Montpelier Speedway is actually a unique speedway. What's really interesting about it is more D-shaped. So this turn here is very sharp, believe it or not. And there's a rut. You can see the 15 hit the rut. This also happens. Somebody lost an engine. Kind of smoking along here. Went into a yellow. At this point, you kind of hold your position. I don't know what position I am. I think I yielded to the 15 here. This really wasn't a very good race, unfortunately. But we're just going to line up. Everybody just holds their position in a yellow. And unfortunately, we're going to heat this yellow for, as long as it takes to get this situation resolved. Hopefully the car didn't last too long on the track. The one thing that I will say is not everybody wears and uses their safety equipment, and that's something. Oh, that's where my car died. So this car, when it gets hot soaked, will die. And I can't hear the engine. I've got earplugs in that are part of the receiver, so I'm sitting here fumbling. It'll be running for a second and then it'll die, and I can't tell that. I also think that starter's going out, so I don't really know what's going on here. Eventually get it running, but I lost total position. Like, this was the worst thing that could have happened to me. I'm just trying to get to the tail end. Nobody's gonna care where I'm at this point. I wasn't a leader in any sort. I'm just trying to catch up with the pack. I think I kept the car running at this point the whole race. But anytime I go from a full throttle or a partial throttle and the car's hot like this, it will die. And that's a really unfortunate thing. This winter, because the season's over, we're going to actually rebuild these engines in our cars. So the 19 car, totally worn out. Like, this car is kind of dead. And I'm totally stock too. So what you see is a stock, unknown mileage, Ecotech 2.2 that's just running, whatever it came with. So this car is bone stock. The only thing we did was empty it out and put a cage in it. So, it was a great learner car. I'd never raced a car up until this point. So at this point, I'm just trying to finish the race, get some good racing in. I don't want to be lapped. That's the worst thing that can happen, is getting lapped. You can hear the tires screeching. When I was done with this race, tires are used up. They're no good anymore. This was the last race for those tires. There was actually chunks missing out of them. So, just trying to keep pace. I'm at the tail end at this point. It's hard to know what my speed is. I try to pace myself as well with the cars in front of me. You can only see so much of the track while you're running. I know I'm starting to get into lap traffic. I can kind of hear it in the background a little bit. And not sure what's going on here. Just still green. Yeah, I went up there, I hit the rut. That hurt. So so many people that night hit that rut and hit the wall. It was rough. The other thing that happens if you're going fast enough is you're actually running on 3 wheels. Most people don't realize that, but a lot of times we're only running on 3 wheels when we hit some of these turns fast enough. Got a yellow here. I don't know if the race ended or not. Wasn't keeping track of the number of laps. Like I said, it was not a great night for me. Believe it or not, on a normal night, I kind of run mid-pack with a worn-out car like this. So what happens here is we're exiting the track. You want to be careful when you exit the track. There is traffic coming out because they're lining up the next race. The other thing that'll happen is, spectators, on the pit side. Just gotta be real careful when you're in the pit. Take your time. I never take off my safety gear until I'm actually in a position where I think I need to be able to look around a little bit. The other thing about this night that was kind of rough was our pit position was not a normal position. I don't really care for where we put our trailers, but it was what it was. It was super busy that night. Well, I hope you learned some things, and this was kind of an experimental video. Hopefully the voiceover wasn't annoying or anything, but let me know. Put a comment down. A lot of times I just run these without comments.
Yeah. Get on it. He's getting it. He just... Get on it! Move it!
Oh yeah.
Some didn't sound good. Yeah, some didn't be bad. Let's bring him in and get Graham in. Bring it over a little bit. Bring it over this way. Yeah. Put it in the car. All the way up the front. There you go. Yeah, you're getting it. Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna do review this one. Go. Get the beans! Starting to do it. He's passing it down. Yeah! James and Trent are gonna be a little jealous. Good. He's getting it. He's getting it. Finally getting it opening up. No. He's doing great. Yeah. You want a turn? Yeah. Got the crack. Now you want more. Yeah. Go.
ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
We're going to talk about the rookie experience today. From start to end, the sequence of events that a rookie needs to know in order to complete a race successfully. So, I'm going to go over from the beginning all the sequences that take place that the audience in the stands is oblivious to. If you're brand new to racing, I'm going to try and break it down at least for the track that I race at, which is Montpelier Motor Speedway, that sequence of events from start to end so that you will kind of have an idea of what you need to know. This was probably my second ever race that I'm going to have clips that I'm going to talk about and the sequences that we went through and the experiences that I had along the way. Each year, you're required to purchase a license, register for your 1099, and then every race you have to have a pit pass. Pit pass fees vary on track. License fees also vary on track. I can't tell you what your pit pass or license fee is going to be, but nobody gets rich from racing. So have some money on hand. Let tracks run on cash. Pit location is very important as well. When you go to pull in and you're going to unload your race car, think of a place that you can see the entrance of the track so you can pay attention what's being staged, because as a rookie, you don't always know what's going on. So choose a location that you can, observe what's going on in the staging area, as well as the entrance is clearly visible. When you're unloading, a lot of stuff's going on. Don't let your kids run around if you have kids. Just try and, set things up. I always lay out my tires in case I lose one, lay out my gas can. I kind of just mark out my space and unload and get everything just ready. Go over the car if you need to, whatever it is that you need to do to get yourself set up and ready for success for the next stage. Now, after you're unloaded, you have to go get your transponder from the pit shack. And once you've done that, then you also get what they call a pill draw. Nobody caught on this year, but I was using some magic sleight of hand to always choose numbers to be in the same heat races as my brother. So if you get away with it, great. But just let Larry know I kind of use some sleight of hand to always get in the same races as my brother. But anyways, you have a drivers meeting that's pretty much scheduled. You'll have to show up to that and listen to the rules. It goes over anything that's important, anything that needs to be communicated to the drivers. Pay very close attention to the drivers meeting. You'll get your sequence of the race as well in that drivers meeting. So that is a very important part of the process of the race. Generally, what happens after the drivers meeting, you get a few minutes to settle in, and then you do a wheel pack. For the Hornets, we don't really have very large tires, so we're not very helpful out there. It's where the big cars come in really handy. It is a good time to go out and just see what the track conditions are in general. It changes during the race anyways, but at least it'll give you an idea if they filled any ruts from the last race, if there's something that you need to be aware of. You just want to pay attention during a wheel pack. Again, it's only so useful because the track will change over time, and depending on sequence and what races are happening before you, that could be totally different by the time you get back out there. If the track's very muddy and just soup, well, chances are you might have a race where you're just slinging mud the whole time. So it's just kind of a good way to just get a general feel for the track, but it doesn't tell the whole story. You have to get out on a practice and start learning that. So we've done the wheel packing, and now the sequence of the race sort of begins. We have a practice, and practice, what it does is just allows you to get out there, get a little bit of experience, a couple of laps. It's also timed, so you really do want to do well in your practice so that you're set up for success in the heat race, and that'll ultimately just in the practice determine your position in the heat race. So it's not some place to really slouch at. In fact, everything from here on out is not some place to slouch. You really want to focus, do the best you can, nice clean race, don't hit anybody, just go out and do the best you can, get the best time you're at. Usually you're pretty spaced out anyway, so it doesn't, wrecking is your own fault at that point. I think it's a good point in this video to mention safety. If you do not have all your safety gear on and all your safety gear engaged, you're not going to go out on that track. It shocks me how many times I see somebody go out on the track without a net up or without their neck roll on. Anything that you can do to make yourself safer. I'm not going to go out on that track. In fact, I've missed practice. I've missed sequences where things just weren't going to work, and I wasn't going to go out on that track until I was safe. So alright, we're in our heat race at this point. We've gotten past practice. At this point, this is going to set you up for either the B main or the feature, depending on how well you do. As you can see, there are cars exiting at the same time because you're groups. You have different heat groups. Pay attention to that. When they post it on the board what group you're in, use your phone, take a picture of that. That's what I use. I kind of look at the numbers that are around me, what cars, if I know these people, which hopefully you start getting to know the people that are racing with you. Try and pay attention what cars, what number, and what your position is, because when you're out in the heat race, if you're towards the back of the pack and you just miss where you're supposed to be in position while they're lining up here, you can see we're going nose to tail, right? We're trying to bunch up everything so we can begin the race. If you're out of position and you're not taking somebody's position and somebody takes yours, trust me, they'll get away with that. So be a little aggressive with your position. Don't hit somebody, obviously, but make sure you take your proper position. You have your receiver on, right? That's a piece of equipment that you must have out on the race. And if you don't hear specific instructions to position yourself and you know you're supposed to be someplace, go ahead and take it. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? You're going to get yelled at, right? So while you're getting lined up and before the race starts, go ahead and position yourself properly. If you know you're supposed to be someplace, be there. Now you can see in the video here that I'm kind of trailing behind. Like I said, this is one of my first races, and if you've never raced before, talk to somebody that has. Run your own race. That was the advice that I got from a gentleman called Grandpa Donnie. So Grandpa Donnie told me, run your own race. If you need to stay at the bottom, nobody's going to mess with you on the bottom. You're going to go a lot slower, but nobody's going to mess with you down there. If you need to run at the bottom of the track, that's where you're comfortable. And once you get the feel of your car, you get to know the track, then run a little bit higher. You don't run the ring of the track if you don't know what you're doing, right? It's pretty dangerous. And if you got a slow car like mine, which is just completely, bone stock, 20-year-old engine, never been through, you're gonna run at the bottom. And if you don't run at the bottom, you should be, right? And you're just gonna, cause some mayhem on the track, especially if you're a rookie. So stay at the bottom when you first start out. That's the biggest advice I can give you. And it doesn't really matter what class you're in. I would take it out slow a few times. It's great to be competitive, but if you're not out there doing safe things, then you really shouldn't be out there. I run into people, not literally, we're out there on events that are kind of special events or the beginning of the season. Don't mess with it at the beginning of the season. Those guys are all going to wreck out. They're going to not be there at the end of the season. You're playing the long game when you're racing, because the points really do matter. And that's one thing that I also learned this year. Don't go ahead and just say, I'm gonna run the fastest I can. If you got a fast car and you've got the skills, go ahead. But like for a rookie, this is what the video is geared towards. You're in it for the long game. You know, set yourself a goal. I want to be in the top 10. Next year, that is my goal. I want to be in the top 10 every race. That is my goal. And not a feature yet. I'm not there yet. I know I'm not. But I want to be in the top 10 in the feature. I'd love to win a feature, but that is my goal. And so when you're running these races, you know, set a goal for yourself that's attainable, the car you have, the experience you have, and work on that. And then you don't feel like, you know, so bad about yourself if you don't perform, right? You're not going to. I'll just tell you right now, you don't know how to set up a car probably. You know, maybe you've got a really good mentor. Not everybody has that. I mean, my brother's been racing for about 10 years now, at least. And, you know, a lot of things I just learned from him. You know, if you don't know, find somebody that's friendly. Pit next to them. You know, if they've got a similar car to yours, you know, that's a great thing to, you know, ask questions. The worst they're going to say is get lost, right? And put yourself out there a little bit.
Well, I guess I'll start out. Well, it started out pretty slow for me because I was trying to get around a few people, trying to figure out the cars and the track. The car's got a brand new intake on it, much larger intake, front body spacer. So I'm having to relearn that. Figured out the car's got a lot more power now. And then the track condition, you got to figure that out. It takes maybe a couple laps. But once I figured all that out, I was able to start passing people. It was just a heat race, but a heat race nonetheless put us in 11th for the feature. I think we're doing pretty good considering the car really doesn't have a whole lot of mods to it. So I'll pass it on here to Sean.
I was in the same heat race. I just came in last, but time-wise, I was still faster than some cars. I'm going to start 20th in the feature, so there'll be a couple cars behind me, and just want a safe race. It's going to be a lot of cars.
Please take a second to like, subscribe, and ring the bell if you want to have more content like I'm producing here for you. And while you're at it, in 2023, please visit your local racetrack. Just your patronage at those tracks allows us, the race drivers, to participate in this sport. And not only that, we entertain you. So the tracks around the nation are struggling. So it really, if you like racing, you really need to visit the tracks. Congratulations, you made it to the feature, right? So at this point, we're getting up to nose to tail. Some shenanigans usually goes on. Some people brake check. Biggest thing to do is just not hit anybody while we're getting lined up. And the one thing I will tell you about lineup is once you get towards the back of the pack, nobody cares. Like if somebody steals your spot, you need to like get into that spot. Don't mess around. If you know it's your spot, what's the worst going to happen? Somebody's going to say something to you over the receiver. I've been in races where I wasn't, I won't say aggressive enough, but I didn't stake my spot. And somebody grabbed 3 spots. That's 3 people I had to pass to make up that difference. So if you're trying to be competitive, get your spot, know the people are supposed to be around you, and keep that spot. If they go into yellow or whatever happens during the feature, they're going to reposition you properly anyways. But at the lineup, you know your spot, get in your spot, stay in your spot, and get nose to tail. And that's what we're doing here. The race is about to begin. People are getting off the track at this point. And we're going to be racing here in a moment. But at this point, you're just lining up. The lights will go out at some point here. And that's your signal that, yep, racing's about to begin. And then wherever that position at the start line is, in this case, there was a specific tire along the track. Once you hit that spot, that person is then beginning to race, then so forth and so forth. You don't start racing until you hit that start line. So, it does get spaced out a little bit, but if you're nose to tail like you should be, there shouldn't be any wait, right? You're right there. So, I will tell you that the pace does pick up, and you know, right now they're gonna start picking up the pace. You can kind of see it in the background there, and then we'll get racing. Now during the race, you know, if you don't know the people around you and their driving style, there's a whole series of videos. If you spend the time in YouTube to look up people's driving styles, and I would tell you that there are people that are very aggressive. I haven't really come across too many dirty drivers where somebody's intentionally hitting you. I want a safe race. I would rather give up a position than risk hitting somebody. I'd rather have a nice clean race. I've been in races where I've been stacked up 3 across, and you can see it's a pretty wide track, but it gets a little hairy sometimes. I won't lie to you that once you get to that point where you're stacked up 3 across, you want to hold the line and not, you know your line. Once you get into racing, you get beyond that, initial rookie, stage. You should hold your line. You shouldn't be going up when the turn comes up. You should be sweeping down at the end of a turn. Those types of racers, everybody hates. I'm sorry if you do that, but everybody hates you. So don't do that. Hold your line. If you know that your car will perform well at the top, go ahead and take that line. But be aware. Listen. Even though you've got your receiver in, listen to the cars around you if you can, and know if somebody's beside you. It's kind of on you if you hit somebody that's on the outside of your car. So when I say that, on the passenger side. So you really shouldn't do that. I mean, I kind of say neither direction either, because the window screen there's no reason to hit anybody. And so as you're getting through your race, you'll know you've messed up. And there's just no doubting it. I've been rear-ended. I've rear-ended somebody that cut me off. I mean, that happens. I was going faster, and because they couldn't hold their line, the person pulled directly in front of me because they were going up onto the embankment, and I was just at the top of the embankment, and they slid right in front of me, and I was going faster, so I mashed their bumper. That was an expensive mistake. I mean, it cost me money to replace that. I think I ended up eating a bumper that night, the bumper cover, the radiator, that's for sure. If you haven't done the radiator mod yet, I recommend that you basically loosen your radiator so it's not directly attached to anything. I'll go over that some later video. But anyways, I think I ate a radiator that night. I mean, it was horrible. Like, I ended up losing like $160 worth of parts over, somebody sliding in front of me. And that's really annoying. I mean, the car could have gone out the track, again, without spending that kind of money. So be aware of your race surroundings. And the only other thing I can say, and I'll let you round out the video here, is that, just run your own race. If you need to be at the bottom, be at the bottom. That you're just starting out. As far as gear goes, I might actually do a gear video later. Maybe we'll go over the costs and the benefits of different types of gear. But again, you're not getting out on the track without the minimum. Minimum would be shoes, pants, jacket, neck roll, Snell 2020 helmet, right? You have to have the proper harness, right? Racing seat. That's the minimum. Roll cage, right? A well-constructed roll cage. So those are the minimums that you should have before you roll out on the track. And I'm hoping you've found this information useful. If you like this video, again, subscribe, like it, and I'll just finish out the rest of the race here without any commentary.
Brandon Rose, your leader, Drew Smith. Elects to start on the outside of the second row. Terry Clemens, final start on the inside. And on the Dalton Smith, Landon Arcaro.
Hey, it's Sean here. I just wanted to take a moment to remind you that dirt tracks around the country need your support. So please purchase a ticket and visit a track today. Sean here. I just wanted to take a moment to remind you that dirt tracks around the country need your support, so please purchase a ticket and visit a track today.
Anderson, Brandon Finney, lead them off the start. Here we go.
Have you ever spent too much on car parts and your significant other is a little upset with you? Well, I have a solution for you. You should go to downytreeart.com and order something special for that significant other. They have bags, original artwork, it's all American made. Just like this engine.
going to try something a little bit different today in these videos. I'm going to kind of go through what race sequence is like, some of the things I go through when I'm racing, just kind of talking through a race, maybe a little bit of what I'm looking for. Right now we're in hot laps, which is basically, we kind of consider it a time trial. Basically what they're doing is ramping up the speed. You're going to have cars entering and exiting the track. It's a low speed entry with the yellow. Now what you'll see here is your first chance at getting an idea how the track's going to start out. So as the night wears on, unless they run the water truck out, this track will slowly start drying out. This is a fresh track. You can kind of see that in the dirt. You'll notice in turn 2, which you just passed, there's a start of a rut. Those are the things that you're going to look for in your hot laps. This will give you an indication of what your night's going to be like. It's only an indication because the track changes throughout the night, and it gets slicker. It'll dry out. Ruts will form. The bigger cars, because we're just in a little Hornet class, they're going to start digging things out. They'll crown the pillow, which is that outside edge of the track. They'll do all kinds of stuff to this track as it goes on. And it'll get rougher in some places, it'll smooth out in others. You can see that rut, he just hit it again. This is my brother, in his hot laps trying to analyze what's going on. And he's just going all out. This is a great time for him to learn those things. Now they're going to start ramping down. The hot laps are over. And, he'll eventually exit the track here on turn 1. So, what does this tell you? Well, it tells you how the initial track setup is. How well did your car do? Where the trouble spots might start to form. And so, hot laps is just an indicator. Alright, we're going into our heat race, and if they did time trials, so it's a combination of your pill draw and hot lap time positions you in the heat race most nights. Sometimes they're too busy, they can't fit that in, it's just straight pill draw. Now what is happening here is the cars are starting to get lined up. It's a yellow entry. Don't be like the kid in front of my brother. You're not heating any tires up. There's no reason to weave back and forth. You're not doing anything. You're just making a distraction. The other game that you'll see in lineups is brake checks. Don't do that either. It's ridiculous. That car is tighter than a $2 watch in front of him. It's gonna dominate the track. You can already tell. It's really light. It's got a engine somebody spent a bunch of money on, and that's fine. You're gonna find that in racing. This is an entry-level class. You can spend as much as you want. So we're going up into the lights out. You can see at the end of the track, we'll be in green racing. They'll probably have some ramp up, and when they get to the tire that's the start line of the race, everybody will take off. So the takeoff will happen here in a second. And this kind of sorts out the race. Now, this is one of the first races of the season, so my brother's, just starting to get warmed up. Now, pay attention to that black car. That black car is going to cause its own wreck. And this brings up a great topic. Bumper fixation and not paying attention to your spatial awareness. It's really hard because we're racing really hard. But you're going to see a wreck here that's because the car didn't keep its lane. It didn't keep its line. There it goes. And you know why that happened? It's because they thought they had already passed the white sheet metal car that was behind them. And they thought, oh, I can take the high line, because usually you do in a front-wheel drive car. You want to take the high line. If you get stuck down below, you got to have the momentum on these little cars to overtake. And so there's driving technique beyond my skills so far yet to keep that momentum up. Pedal control is extremely important. We're going to have a yellow here until that car's towed off. So tow truck come out, grab that black car. I think its night was over. If we see it again in the feature race, we'll know more then. But I'm pretty sure that night's over for that guy. It actually flew through the air. I actually watched this again a couple of times to see what happened. So let's talk about this yellow. Yellow is the time, if you're not doing so great, to make up those distances. Okay, so what am I saying? So when we go back into green flag racing, that's your time to tighten up any distances, because you're supposed to get nose to tail again, right? And don't give much distance between the guy that's in front of you or gal that's in front of you, because you want to be on them. That's just less distance that you have to make up. So I'm going to cut out a sequence here where it goes to a temporary red, and we'll get back to lights out again and racing. So here it comes. They're going to probably stop here in a second, and we'll return to lineup. Now right here, he's trying to get nose to tail. They're going to start pacing up, and during a pace up, you don't want any space. You want that as tight as possible, because you don't want to make up that room. So he should get right up on that car's tail right now, and as soon as that green hits, they're gonna go. He needs to make this up. So here we go, green. Now he's at the tail end. The advantage that he's going to try and take advantage of is pedal control and momentum. What do I mean by pedal control and momentum? So you don't want to be applying on and off power like crazy. That's not efficient. You also see where now my brother's got pretty decent pedal control, right? He knows that momentum is going to carry him through that turn, right? So he'll let off because the car will push. Front wheel drives will push. And let's go through and just kind of keep watching here. Now you can tell that the car in front of my brother, he's sliding a bit. That's fine. Again, you don't want bumper fixation. He should try and look as far over as he can. Now this track's difficult in the sense that some of these turns are sharper than others. So each turn has a different personality, and learning your local track is super important, because if you learn your local track, like turn 4 right here, my brother's actually hit the wall in turn 4, and it was recent, and it's terrible when you hit a wall, because the car's just mangled. So knowing turn 4 is a dangerous turn, I try not to get up into the pillow there. You can see that it becomes really close on the straightaway at the end of turn 4. And I've seen car after car hit the wall there. Now the other thing that I try to do as best I can when I'm racing is listen to the engine. I'm not looking down at my cluster. I don't have time for that. I'm just trying to go as fast as my car will go. But what I can do when I'm racing is listen to the peak power RPM. When you hear it at that upper RPM, that is your peak power. And, there's a difference between traction available, traction you're using to turn, and traction that you're trying to use for acceleration. And you're trying to balance that, right? And you can kind of feel when the car is at its peak power band, where you make a turn, the wheel will feel a certain way, right? Because it's trying to go one direction, you're trying to go the other. Sometimes in a heat race, a bunch of drivers and cars get ahead of you, your fellow racers. Those leftover racers are promptly lined up for another race. If you have this problem, it's your fault. You've been relegated to the B main. Well, congratulations. You're in the feature. You weren't relegated to the B main. My brother made the feature this night. We're in the chute right now, going out on the track. Sometimes you can't get in position in the chute. A lot of times they try to get you there. If that's not the case, or you're late getting to the chute. I've had that happen where, you know, they send us right back out. Memorizing your car position and what cars are around you is super important. I'm not going to tell you to be aggressive, but be assertive with your position. Nobody's going to tell you, hey, you're out of position if you're near the back end of the track. You just need to take the spot if you know that's yours. What's the worst going to happen? The people up on the stand's going to yell at you? Fine, whatever. That's what the receiver's for. But don't lose your position. That's just more ground that you have to make up. And I've been in this place. I've made this mistake as a rookie of not being assertive with my car positioning in the features. So if you're in one of the features, that's your spot. You need to take it. You earned that. You worked for that. So don't ever give that up. They don't necessarily care once 10th place and beyond, you know, up on the, you know, in the officiating stands. So don't count on them to care, all right? They'll care if you know, do something you're not supposed to do. But unless that happens, hey, you need to take the spot that you earned. So I guess that's my 2 cents. You know, another thing that I learned when I was racing was, you know, again, spatial awareness right there. If you hit the pillow like my brother did in turn 2, you lose a ton of speed. That really hurt him. Unfortunately, that happens sometimes. It's actually the safest part of the track to go off the track. I've done it. I know numerous other people have done it. And you can see that rut in turn 2 has opened up. That happened because a lot of the modifieds would hit that, and the street stocks and super stocks, they dug that out. And you knew at the beginning when I talked about that, you know, initial track conditions in the heat, both the hot laps and the heat race, I knew that that was going to be a problem coming into the B main. I was actually in the B main in this particular race, and I was actually pole position, and I was holding my own. And unfortunately, I hit that rut so hard that I broke all my suspension on the passenger side. So all of it was broken, knuckles broken, strut was bent, lost the tie rod, didn't finish the race. I should have been in this feature, right? Why did that happen? Well, again, positioning and being aware of where track hazards are. I kind of got forced into it, but I could have gone up onto the pillow and you know, avoided it. But I was aggressive because I wanted to keep pole, and I hit it. I chose to hit it actually instead of hitting the 15 car. So this is beginner racing. There's a lot of teenagers, young people that are racing in this class. So, you know, that's my choice to not be aggressive in that manner, because I could have basically pushed the car out of my way, right? And risk a little damage to keep that position. My brother and I have chosen not to do those kinds of things. You know, we'll accede a position if it means that I'm not going to hit you. I know, you know, Rubbin is racing or whatever, and that's fine. There's a little bit of that, but I'm not going to risk a teenager over, you know, hitting them. You know, I'd rather fix my car. I'm sorry. So, enough of that rant. Let's get back to the race here. They went into a yellow, coming out of that yellow. We're lining up again here. Again, nose to tail. You can see that my brother's back in the pack. He needs to get that as tight as possible because we're hitting green in just a couple seconds. I mean, they're not going to stop, right? They're going to go. And I will tell you, if you're a fan of dirt track racing, some of the best racing is not necessarily at the front of the pack. Yeah, it's exciting to see who's winning, but I encourage you to take the time to see what's going on in lap traffic, in the pack traffic. A lot of times that's 3 across. We're duking it out. The cars that are all equal will all be in that center traffic. And some of the best racing to be had is in that center area. So if you like close driving, you like seeing people stack 3 across, check out the mid-pack traffic, because that's where that action's gonna most likely be. Sometimes you'll see it in the leaders. You'll get 3 really fast cars and they'll all be changing position. That's really cool as well. So, you know, if you just know that somebody's just dominating a race, stop paying attention to the leader at that point. Check out the backpack. There's a lot of good racing that goes on. These videos just prove that there's some really interesting things that happen. A lot of times we're driving just really, really close in the mid-pack traffic. You can see there my brother got really high up on the wall, and that is really dangerous. I mean, that happens. There's not much of a pillow there. It's just a little bit and then the wall. So again, you know, I'm kind of leery of turn 4. It's one of the tightest turns as well. So we've had a few yellows in this. There's 15. Okay. Brad missed him, just barely. Now, I will say the kid that drives that car, he's gotten much better. He's learning. You know, that's the thing. They're all learning out here. And, you know, they're just learning how to keep their car under control at first, right? They're going as fast as they think they can go. And they don't know how to hold a line yet. Nobody knows when you first get out there. Now, this is his, I think, 2nd year, that kid. So he knows a little bit better. But you can tell that his car's got a little bit more power this year. But I know right now he's racing pretty good. So, you know, when we all get out in the first, you know, couple of races for the season, everybody's a little rusty, right? My brother got faster after this. Like, he got really fast. So, you know, it's just a matter of seat time, experience. You know, we don't race all year round. So anyways, hopefully this commentary is at least a little bit of fun. You get to hear a little bit of the background of, you know, why things happen. I really thank you for watching the video and just allowing me to share this with you. Thank you.
generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no control in me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me fucked up, let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. It's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt to all survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh
So how did we end up here? I never intended to get into racing cars. In fact, all I wanted to do was film the making of the car and thought it'd be fun to do some how-to videos on YouTube based on my brother's hobby. The car was purchased by my sister-in-law from a family friend and then generously given to me to build as a race car. As you can see, it had a long, hard life and was fairly rusty. The first season I thought for sure it would lose its timing change and it'd just be done. I raced the whole first season completely stock. The red 19 car was renumbered to 119 in the second racing season. For season 2, we rebuilt the engine, and by that I mean we just threw stock parts in an old worn out engine. We never machined the engine. We added a tuned ECU and a header and finally upgraded to a safety hub because rollovers suck. I now present to you the final race of the 119 car. Previously on From Wrecks to Race Cars.
Let's make a race car. First ever race starting in the future. Season 3 is about to start for Wrecks to Race Cars. This year I'm planning on making some changes. Currently, the plan this year for me is not to be in racing. I'm not going to drive a car. I will still be involved in racing, just not driving. That's due to some other reasons that are beyond my control. I'm not building a car this year, and if I do, it'll be late in the season. I am taking a hiatus on because of just various reasons with family health, and I'm going down right now for our first episode to film. We're not racing today. Today will be a more modify car day, so that'll be really interesting. We're going to modify a car you wouldn't normally think would be on the racetrack. We're gonna take it up a notch this year, have some fun. Wherever track I go to, I may sweeten the racing pot. So that's something I've been tossing around my head. Now, if I'm allowed to do what I want to do, y'all are gonna be happy. At least some of the mid-pack guys, because I'm probably going to try and reward the guys that are the everyday racer, show up every freaking day that there's a race, and yeah, they want to be number one, but maybe they can't afford that, $5,000-$6,000 four-cylinder engine that people put together. Maybe all they could run is a stock ECU. I want to reward those people. Some of y'all are going to be a little bit happier. So it won't be one of those nights where you're like, got my tow money back. I want to make one lucky person, have an okay night. I'm going to try and do some driver interviews. That's another thing I would like to do. And that also draws people in. You're not just a car number on the track. You're a person. You have aspirations and dreams.
Car is a 2011 HHR with a 2.2-liter Ecotec engine mated to a 5-speed manual transmission. We've already installed the hobby stock roll cage, and the fuel cell has been located to the driver's side passenger seat, with the battery being relocated to the back side of the driver's seat. Finally, we're going to stiffen up the spring pockets and reinforce the rear end, and eventually get the windshield out via hammer.
Is this springs? Springs and... No?
Springs and shock absorbers.
Springs and shocks.
Yeah, there's a spring pocket and then there's a shock absorber. I've got new shocks coming for it because it's like this.
It has a little bounce.
Yeah. Down low, it looks like there's a nice beefy bracket there that we can brace up against. So we'll use that to tack it in. Get a good measurement off of that, and probably have to pound it in there, which is fine because that makes sure it's tight, and then tack it in there. What about bars that come from the halo down to here?
You want to tie down there, it's going to have to go up and then over. I just don't see the angle.
We just ended up tying the spring pockets together with the bar.
Let's do 28, knowing that we're going to be over. And that way, you can trim some off the end. It's easier to trim than put back on, so. a weekend, folks. Thank you for sticking through this whole episode. Hopefully you get a little insight on fabrication and what we go through to build a race car in the Hornet class. Like and subscribe. Helps me get my videos out to people.
How's it going, race fans? We're here at Shady Hill Speedway in Medryville, Indiana for Test and Tune. This track runs UMP modifieds, Rebel late models, bombers, stock cars, and four bangers. I can't tell you how great Shady Hill is. You're going to have to experience it yourself. The seating is excellent with a mixture of your standard bleachers to a section where you can bring your own lawn chairs. Food and drink is flowing at the concessions as well, with the typical burgers, pulled pork, which is also great, nachos, and various beverages. I can also attest that it isn't a bad seating in this track at all. The seating is all above the track, and the drivers come in on turn 1 and exit on turn 2, with all the action down below in what I would describe as a bowl. There's quite a bit of banking on this track as well, and it's been worked well with minimal rutting from what I can see on this night. The pit is also well laid out, with plenty of parking available, and for the packed crowds you're going to most likely see on Saturday nights. This really is a gem of a track in the middle of nowhere with that small town feel.
Here it comes. So your name?
My name is Nick Biancardi.
All right, Nick. And how long you been going to Shady Hill?
I've been coming here for quite a few years now. This is only technically my first year racing out here. We started last season, had a run of bad luck, totaled out 2 cars. Now we're back in a rear-wheel drive Mustang, so hoping this year is going to be a lot better year.
So what got you into racing?
I grew up around it. Right in high school, I was part of a pit crew for a track up in Crown Point. I done that from probably 90 till 2000 when I started racing myself up there. We ran for 1 or 2 years up there, and then we got out of it for 23 years. Last season, I got with my current girlfriend right now. They're real big into the family, or the racing thing with the family. And yeah, they just kind of brought me back to it.
All right,
Now
awesome.
we're back at it.
So tell me a little bit about your car.
This is a 85 Mustang Fox body. We're running the 4-cylinder 2.3. We got the manual transmission, the 5-speed transmission in it. Running 14-inch tires.
And it's carbureted.
It's carbureted, yes.
So
This year's theme, we are running a dedication to the military.
Awesome.
We're running with the red, white, and blue theme. We also have a Cancer Sucks theme on here. So we're kind of doing two things at once here. If you notice the hood and everything, we got all the military branches on here, the flag and all that. We got on the back, remember and honor, respect. That is all just for the military service. Anybody that's in the military. When we have our autograph nights here, I am going to invite anybody that's been in the military to come down and actually sign the car, just to give it that little extra meaning behind it.
So what night is that? Do you know?
The autograph night, the first one, I think is in July. It's either June or July. The second one they have is in August. So we run 2 autograph nights out here, and they pretty much, we get all the cars out on the track, allow everybody off the grandstands and everybody to come down, and we get little pictures and whatnot and candy and stuff and give out to all the fans that come down to see us. And we're gonna have some cards and paperback cards made up to hand out to everybody. Like I said, if anybody that comes down is in the military or has somebody in the military, they'll be more than welcome to sign the car, get that person's name on here, just to give it a little bit more meaning for this season. And we're hoping to take all of our winnings for the season and donate it back to a non-profit organization for the military.
Is there any way that anybody can contact you? Do you have any socials or email?
You can contact me through my Facebook page. I have a standard Facebook page. I also have BCR Race Team. It's Buck Crazy Racing on Facebook as well. That's who we are. We are Buck Crazy Racing. If you wanted to email me, you can email me at DominicB5971@gmail.com.
Well, we had a 19.8 lap, but the problem is he's got a miss. I suspect personally it's a coil. They didn't start doing it until the car got hot. How'd the car feel?
Great.
Looked great. Man, you were plowing a field out there.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, you were looking fast. You were going fast.
Yeah, we'll get this figured out. Maybe not today, but
So what are we looking at? Lean?
I'd say it needs a set of plugs.
Yeah.
That's the easy fix. Try a set of plugs and we'll go from there.
Two cars from Montpelier. We'll see how they go. We're back at Shady Hill this evening. The car unloaded. And Brad's putting in the receiver. Or not receiver, transponder, sorry. Looking to just get the car out. It's only been to a test and tune, so this will be an interesting evening. We'll try and capture all the action. We've got multiple cameras now, so this will be a really great show for you tonight. We'll have 2 in the car and 1 outside the car, and I'll be running the cameras tonight. Track condition out there.
Well, I haven't been on it yet, but what I glanced at, it looks like soup. But they're out there drying it up. Hopefully it'll come into shape here.
June. 20 cars, 15 laps round the Motor Speedway to determine who will be tonight's $500 win. RPM trucking 4-cylinder and
stay up to date with what Sean and Brad are up to, follow us on Facebook at From Wrecks to Race Cars. And you can like and subscribe to this channel.
4 on the inside. The 747 of Dayton Warren on the outside. The 93 of Brad Evans. In row 5, Danny Lawson starts on the inside in the 35 on the outside. In the 9, Canyon Nichols.
Woo-woo!
In row 6 of your Hornet feature, Dallas Hawkins in the 3H on the inside. Bailey White starts on the outside in the 37W. Then in row 7, Ron Colbert starts on the inside in his 81R. Alongside the 17L of
You have a
James
car seat
Wolf.
then I could change
In
it.
row 8, Denny Duker
Can I
in the
take this
43
baby?
and Brent Runyon in the 43.
Sure.
Row 9,
He's a
John
cute little guy, and I
Thorne
think
in
he
the number
looks a
8
lot
on
like
the inside, on the outside. The lineup calls for you to start here from the third turn as they approach 4. Here they come, get ready, there's the green one. 37W down up against the wall there in the fourth turn.
I drive the 747, probably the oldest car out here. It's a 92 Ford Escort GT. Come from Dayton, Indiana, race out of the Dirty Dogs Garage. We're here at Montpelier for Monster Mash. Been coming up here for about 3 years to this track. Really like the surface, like the other drivers, very clean, very competitive. Started racing when I was 5 years old in a quarter midget and just moved my way on up. And I'm 35 now. Don't plan on quitting anytime soon.
On the outside of the first row in the number 38 will be Michael Scheidler. In row 2, on the inside in the number 21, Jeremy Jones. On the outside of 2 in the 37W, Bailey White. In row 3, on the inside in the 322, Brooklyn Winger. On the outside of row 3 in the 2J, Jack Clifton. In row 4, on the inside in the 41, Hunter Dewitt. On the outside, Dino Antonelli.
how the high side's really fast. I got into racing. My dad had a car laying around. I told him I wanted to drive it.
Car number 35, Danny Lawson. See, I started 2 years ago at Oakshade Raceway and out of a joke. And then we came here last year for our first year, and we haven't went to any other track. It's a nice, fast, clean racing track. A lot of awesome competitors, good facility. Like, can't get anywhere else that I've noticed, been to.
G14, Randy Earn in the 17L. In the third row, Danny Lawson's 35, Justin Duncan in the 3J. In row 4, Keegan Tousley in the 44, Travis Nichols in the 19. In row 5, Michael Lumley in the 10, Scott Harrington in the 21H, and Elwin Gray Jr. riding in row 6 in the 19G. That's the official lineup for Heat 3 of the Hornets. Lights are out. Here they are. Here they come. Green flag in the air. Off and running. The Hornets, Heat
17H car. We're racing here at Montpelier tonight for the Monster Match. Should be a pretty good time. We've been racing about 3 years, and it's just a lot of fun, a lot of family. We've got 4 cars here tonight, so it's a lot of family together. Tonight we got Levi Kidwell driving the car. He normally drives the 33 at Paragon, and he's going to be driving this car tonight. Just a little bit of an upgrade. Got my grandson here, self-proclaimed crew chief. He checks our tires and helps us all out. We all have a good time.
It's Corey Hayes, drive 167 Hornet for Dirty Dog's Garage. What I like most about Montpelier is the track surface. It's always a real nice track. because it changes through the night. It stays nice. It doesn't get real rough. What got me into racing was my dad, Dale Hayes, in the 17H. He's the one that started the team and brought me on, built my car, and let me go.
Darling Smith on the outside screen in the 55D, Austin Daly. In row 4, it'll be the 21R of Jamie Razzo on the inside. On the outside, the 214 of Andrew Berkner. In row 5, Elijah McRoberts in the 5E. Jason Kelson Johnson in the 0KJ. And in row 6, the 6E of Austin Gray. That's the official lineup for this 4th heat of the Hornets. And it looks like we're going to get at least one more lap around here. In the first row, they are setting the pace and will lead the pack. Green flag here in the Hornet 4. Here they come. Green flag in the air.
Farmer. Car number is 14RH. I like the banking at Montpelier, and I got started because of my wife.
To blame her.
I did.
Name is Brian Halbert, 81R. What I like about Montpelier is the competitive against the drivers. Basically got started when I adopted my son and wanted to get into it.
I'm Christian Holbert, and my car is 14R.
You basically got started with me.
I got started with my dad.
What do you like about Montpelier?
Yeah, all the fans and racing the drivers.
Juju, car, charity, Roby. That is the official lineup for heat race number 5 of the Hornets.